Yosh, 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 yosh. Ah! There we go, there we go. Stream be starting strong. Woo! Hit the lights. Boom! Here we are. Hell yeah. Dude, this shit really fucking spicy. Oh, my mouth. Ooh. Hard to breathe, let me tell you. Crazy, crazy, crazy hot. Oh boy. Goddamn. Okay. Alright. Turn on the music, hit the sound. Awesome. Alright, so have a little bit of Cheetos in my tooth. We're gonna start with what do I want to start with? I'm gonna start with Alfina actually, because Alize has some emos, which leads to a dungeon with some emos. So I can't do that. Okay. Here we go. Let's go. Let's get the show on the road. It's some. Yeah. Okay, I might get an important phone call today, so see what happens. To go here. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at the rookery? God damn. Signed by the exert, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Colusia. I will pick you out a friendly well. A chocobo? What is that? Chocobo? Do you hail from one of Norvrat's more isolated settlements, perchance? I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. But here in the Crystarium, mount like that grey fellow there are far more commonly used. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro lunch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Oh my god, those are some really spicy Cheetos. Holy my mouth. That's what she said. Hey. Bada bum bum. Yeah, I'm gonna need this guy for sure. Yeah. You want to fly an Amaro to Colusia? Well, I suppose if Master Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The master should be along with the mounts shortly. You can now travel to Colusia, speak with the aspiring Amaro tamer to fly to the island. You can also use your ether compass to assist with locating ether currents in new regions. The ether compass can be found under collections. Whew.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
We arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach on the eastern coast of Colusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. God, the music is so good. Spy you that city in the distance? That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Yulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. Got it. Sounds good, homie. I'm glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Eivor. Eivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Colossia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme, and that will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. Oh yeah, I don't have the thing. Fine. Oh yeah, finally some good combat music. Got really tired of the ARR theme for combat. Yeah. What you after? Fish, crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere, if you have a taste for him. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan, and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Atheno, eh? I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Yulmore's richer than all of Norvrad put together, but it's a different story for them as life outside the city. Oh, okay. For them is live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide, that's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern, and locals call the Leaky Kill. Wait there, and I'll see that Alfino joins you. Sounds good, homie. Yeah. Hop, hop. Hey. So. Oh, you are a fat boy, eh? Them titties, though. Whoop, whoop. Woohoo. This is your first time in a tavern. It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. Well, what will you be having? Ale. Fine choice, and what will you be paying with? Gil. Well now, those are exotic. Where'd you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not going to go begging for one from the neighbors. So we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables. But lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say for a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring, like as not. Do that for me and you can laze about here as long as you like. I can laze about here as long as I like anyways. Psst. Think you scare me? Whatever I want. Oh. Yeah, no. Whiptail. Da 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 da. Hi. When did I get this? Okay, I need to find a key for this though. This. I have a shift 4. This can be shift 4 then. I feel like I should have a shift 4, just don't remember what it should be. Oh well. Nope. Wrong keys again. Yeah, why can't I use this? Oh, I think I know why. Is this, I probably need to finish my, yeah, definitely will need to finish my, quest. Probably to get that, because I'm way over level 70, but I still can't use this. Where is it? Yeah, I still can't use this. Huh. Okay, so I'll have to finish the samurai quest sometime. No response, maybe I need to knock louder. It's probably behind or something. What is it? You won't. You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Okay. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? He ain't there. Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. Hopefuls? In Gate Town, outside Gilmore? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You have more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. Alright, double deal. Let's go.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
How indeed?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Oh, look at that.
'Tis good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, been a while. I'll have what he's having.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
But no hugs? Reunions are fantastic.
Seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu.
I'm surprised you
It has been even
remember.
longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well. Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order.
No.
Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may.
No worry. I told her.
It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change.
I did. I sent Ulfei. Feiul.
But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Asians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means.
Yeah, usually how it works.
And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin-Eaters, of course.
Nope.
They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered.
Fair.
That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
And so they go again. Oh man, these reunions. Spice up my mouth. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmar. Despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west, and then cross the small bridge. Ah. Small bridge indeed. Uh-oh. What's that? An iguana? Yep. Talusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. Had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No, get away from me! What? Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble! Batman, Robin, let's get down to business. I don't have no time to play around. What is this? Oh, thank the fates. You look out! Oh, no, you don't. Easy. Manic Madam. A Manic Madam. What a name. My poor heart. Thank you, young miss. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmar with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. It's better that people will throw you, like push you into the Sin Eater so they can escape. Thank you again, you saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lass like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Cheerios. This, as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmar's shadow. Should the Sea Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Nothing. A brief history then. It was not long after the flood swallowed the better part of the world that the Sin Eaters first appeared. Some beastly, some beauteous. Yet regardless of their form, all seem incapable of speech, and all are driven by the same insatiable appetite for mortal ether. They are predators, and we are their prey. Colusia suffers from far fewer attacks than most regions, but even so, the list of the Sin Eaters' victims grows longer by the day, a tragedy without end. Still, we have won a small victory this time. At least now, shall we press on? Oh wow, I totally read that wrong. We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Let's go. Onward to heal more. Da 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 da. Uh-oh. Man, you guys are ruining my songs. Someone barbecuing outside.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Ulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
The grind bloke. The voice so doesn't fit.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
I was expecting a big, bold guy. Like a Rogardine bold guy.
She's not here to compete. Leave her be.
I'm sure I'll win.
I was only making conversation.
Alright. Like, Alfie, I don't think you need to defend me.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please!
Is that for Dola's voice actor? For Dola's? Yeah, you guys go. Get your bread. Crumbs. Hey.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all! Ulmore extends its warmest regards.
I swear, I think that's for
Let
Dola's
it be known
voice.
that a lady of
Just less
distinction
angry.
wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We might not at all.
Fish, is it? Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Ulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the eye of a needle than Eulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
I mean, listen. It's better than not being picked at all. I mean, it sucks, but it is what it is, right? It's like it's the end of the world.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back.
It sucks, but like, fuck, it's the end of the world, you know? It's like, fuck you gonna do?
Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in a city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
I'm not saying they're right, but like I can understand the mentality of the people. Even though I know what's happening there, I'm just saying it's like,
Oh, just
I
look at
wouldn't be
those
surprised.
expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident.
damn.
For you.
Ah, look!
Enjoy.
Thank goodness.
Over here.
Meal is a foodstuff which Eulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well.
It looks really sweet.
Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems...
It looks like
well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
oh, there's this like bread thing with like sugar on top of it, whatever. That's pretty much what that looks like. Yeah, why is she looking at me though? Yeah, why does she look at me though? I don't think there's any reason for her to look at me there. Aside from just cause a bit more drama. It's like, I don't think they played on that at all later on. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won by a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Eulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, Jesus Christ. I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation for yourself. Mayhap. Large pot bubbles over the flame, pale chunks, mule, you realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? It's a great view, though. No. They don't look starved at all. Looks like they're in good shape. Yeah, big crime bloke. Let's Still here, are ya? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulmor's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe, and the mule is the best thing I've ever tasted. Sit down. Maybe he never had like any fine cuisine. Maybe it tastes really good, I don't know. It just looks like sugar bread, right? So... You have seen what Gate Town has to offer? These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of mule and believe Yulmor is the answer to all their woes. Kind of like the refugees outside of Ul'dah before Stormblood. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive on any other way of life. It is what it is. Hey, level up. Hell yeah. Disapprove people's way of life. Disapprove? It frustrates me, certainly. There's only part of it, though. The whole situation is shit. Not that it matters. However unjust the system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmor's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Yulmor's generosity truly serves the best interests of Calusia's people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. Ran out of air there. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Yulmor's gates. It's fortunate that you arrived when you did, Filmina. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There's a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island, the Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as the tower took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor. Would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yulmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins? Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. Whatever, still a running joke. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Sure. Excellent, I should be glad of your company. First things first then, we must pay a visit to Moshamoa, my supplier in right. Come, it is just to the northwest of here. Ay. We got ourselves a spy. Okay, so here's the thing, like, technically, I would say what Yulmor is doing, outside of the whole poison bread stuff, okay? What Yulmor is doing, all it is like, if, let's say the world is already gonna be doomed anyways, they're just prolonging their own doom. That's all it is. Because if I didn't come to this world, nor the science, there's no way they would have solved this problem anyways. So yeah, prolonging their own demise and enjoying their last days. I'm sorry, yeah, it sucks for people who didn't have the opportunity. Life ain't fair. I get it. But like, what do you expect? You know? It's like... I don't think what the people there are doing is necessarily that bad. They lucked out. That's how it is. Do you really think if, let's say, a zombie apocalypse comes in onto the world, right? Do you really think most people are gonna like stick together? Bro, like they'll be like, listen, like I was lucky enough to be near a place that survived the apocalypse the most, or is more secure, has better guarded fences and stuff like that. The zombies can't get in. And your house was not secured. I mean, it sucks, but it's like I don't have provisions to supply you and everyone else who would come, right? That sucks. Life goes on, though. Well, not for the people who, you know, suffer the apocalypse, but, you know. All in all, I don't think Yulmore, outside of Fatty, you know, and what he's doing, I don't think Yulmore people are really in the wrong for what they're doing. I'm sorry. There's something I can do for you, friend. It's like morally, sure, it sucks, but like it's not, they're not being nice people. But bro, like it's their survival. You know, if they invite everyone, they can fuck themselves over by a few years, you know? Good day to you, Moshamoa. This is my associate Filmina. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. My lord, you lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? No such person. Mr. Lad, short blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Ah, confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. So it would seem. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. Jump here. Jump here. Hey, hello. Wood eyes. Hey. Hey. Jump here. And hardcore parkour. Search the surrounding for a male mistel. I spy with my little eye. Boom! Found you. You have located your quarry. What is he looking for? On the land. You know they're in the water. Funny guy. Stop right there, criminal! Lumina, any sign of him? Over there. I was just waiting for you to show up. You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. Surround him from both sides. Offer no escape. There you are, criminal. Stop right there.
There you are.
Uh-oh.
The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Damn. He's well fed. Look at those muscles. Holy shit, man.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city.
Yeah. Oh, he's swole as
I
fuck.
have no
though.
family, and all my friends have already been chosen.
Also keeps his hair
No one
nice
here
and neat.
gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it.
Oh, maybe you should stand closer to the crowd.
No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Cowley.
Kai Shear.
Close enough.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
But my friends all went to you.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
And you'd rather die than break a promise. Respectable, I guess.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
That sounds like we're hungry.
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
Not a good guy. Good guy, Alphino.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
You better hurry up. I think I'm gonna... Dick move.
Indeed. We will find another way. I promise you.
Like, yeah.
Shall we return to right then? Is that? I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
Well, he's just taking a nap on the beach, man.
Come on. They may need our help.
Damn, bro. Save the world. Save everyone we see. Am I still attacked? Okay, I thought I was gonna die at this point. Still being attacked by that bird. Tu calibri. Tu calibri? The hell are you? What the hell are you? I don't remember these guys. Wood Eyes. Lowland. Hey, sup? Yes, sup? But this place hasn't been operational for years. I doubt that wood would not be like super broken and rotten by now. Da da dum da da dum da 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 da. Da, 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 da. I should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy. Mercy, I beg you. With easy, sir, no harm will come to you here. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. Yes, sir. Let me change to thaumaturge and light it up just like that. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? Sorry for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Cool jacket though. Crystal, I was invited to Yulmore to work as an artisan. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vothry's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the gods' damn ocean. From up there? How were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens' condolences were bare punishment. Yeah. Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Vothry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts toward securing another way to the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Away into the city? I might as well take this while I'm here. Big claw. A lot of big claws around here. I imagine you could fly, right? Oh, I wonder if someone can like fly me over up there, what will I find there? One sec. What map am I looking on? Colossia. Oh, the only one online is Richard, but he's... I don't even know if he's actually here. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I am able, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach, but since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Yulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. I cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you have done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided, but I shan't stay long in this place. Not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. May we suggest Crystarian? Da, 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 da. I wish there was like a world chat or something. I don't know. City of final pleasures. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristol has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush, nothing approaching that of a true artist. Of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then this settled. All we need to do now is return to Gatetown and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Vile jesters. Oof. Evil, evil jesters. Assuming the quests here are the ones that are gonna give me the ether. Yep, that's what I thought. Alright. Maybe some other time, homies. Oh, we need that. Wait, no, that's not what I need. Wait, what's this? Why is this red? Oh, there's a sync to this quest. Okay. That is okay. That is cool. That is cool. Ba-da 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 bam ba-da bam. Ooh, what is this? Yeah, get the fuck out of here! Oh shit, he's fast! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ah, piece of shit. Tamamizu, no, what? Oh my god, bro. Let's see. Let's survive. Shit. Is anyone even here though? Someone is, whoever's doing the fate. Let's see. Someone wrote something over here. Oh. That's cool. You sit on one of the heads. That's sick. Awesome. Am I in the party still? Yes. feel like the settlement should have, what's it called? Chocobo. Which would help out a lot. What's that? Is that a boss? Nope, just a cliff kite. Whatever that is. Da, da, da. No, no chocobos. Unfortunate. Unfortunately, no chocobos in here. Might as well grab this since I found it by mistake. Da da dum 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 da da dum. Oh man, this drop is gonna be majestic. God damn, we're high up. Yeehaw! No way, really? Oh, you can't make this jump? Well, that sucks. I was ready to go. No. That's some bullshit. Let's see if there is a place where you can jump. Maybe over here? There has to be a place where you can just drop off. No way, really? You can't drop off on here. Wow. That kind of sucks, doesn't it? I think they have a chocobo though. Actually, no, they probably don't. Maybe this. God damn. Did they have a chocobo? No, they didn't. Okay. No chocobo over there. Why can't I? Okay, whatever. It is what it is. What can I do? It is what is. Great view though. Holy shit, man. That is fantastic view. Abundant servants. What? Ragopan. Okay, enough wasting time. Let's get business. Let's go see Alize as soon as possible. When do I get... Oh, I have this, 72. So I just don't have this one, 70. Yeah. That's fine. Does this hit only one target? Yeah. 800, 500, and then 375 for everyone else. It's not bad. Technically, there's 2 targets. Yeah, that's worth casting. There's 2 targets. There we go. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at Outdoor. We have welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we have a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow, it's time to let your colors show. I can paint, portraits at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Aha, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Nope. Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Aha, ho ho, fleck of paint, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. That's what it is. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. She whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with her or not at all. Parasite then. We shall leave her fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Yulmor's sweet embrace. We just gave you food. Oh, mercy me. The mule. We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back. Fucking dopamine addicts, such as like as not.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share.
I just realized it's Arbert talking.
Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Because I thought it was the Exarch at first. It was the Exarch at first. I guess it changed to Arbert at some point? I didn't even realize. Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No? Not even a single tear. Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gay Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow men, then by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. Interesting. So I can get that, but I can't get the Ethernet. Welcome to Yulmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I'm Alpino, an artist, and this is Fulmina, my assistant. Ah yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Yulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Vothri, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity of which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see, and might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually, Chainus and Dulia Chai, a mistel couple whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they have been stamped, you will officially be Yulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Let's take a shower. How's that, Shuzum? Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. There you go, buddy. What have we here? Alfino, artist. Fulmina, artist assistant. To be employed in the service of Lord Chainuz and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before... Sniff. Oh dear. No. You smell hideous. What? Huh? Did you crawl out here from through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. What? Yeah, probably. Proceed directly to the illusory next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you have rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume. Liberally. Once you have made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornen, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. Okay. And realize we were so aromatic. Especially me. I look fantastic still. La da da, la da dee, la da da. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. Thumbs up. Scrub yourself clean in the delusory showers. Now what? Oh. Wow, look at that. You apply the perfume as directed and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. Go shower. Oh, you have showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not? That is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's absolutions, does it not? What would Athenian say? Azze would have been drying her hair by now. What would Athenian say? Good gods, you will mention nothing of this. Swear to me. Mr. Shy Guy. While that was bracing, I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? Si, señor. Si, señor. You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters. And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. Can I go there yet? Or is it... Okay, it's a bit higher. Ow. Big hills. Woohoo! La da dee da da dum da dum. La 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 la. Ma. Now this I cannot use, right? Under the message engraved the base, special permissions required to use the see-through, right? Yep. Yes. Lots. Dulia Chai. Meeting the Chais. One big cat lady.
Oh, who's this then?
Charmed.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you are in search of an artist.
An artist. Oh, an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Painter.
Oh, goodness me. What an adorable boy. That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Scent packing. Wretch, huh? It's like right away, his smile went away.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Oh, this is my assistant. Charmed, I'm sure.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
I'm just that good.
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to her heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
So,
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
of course, there's, yeah. Who is in charge of this relationship, I wonder, huh? Ay. What a relationship. Okay, Alphino. Boots. Now you have the opportunity to experience Yulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with a canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, mayhaps. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. I think I can't use anything here, right? Oh, yes I can. Oh, it means my last item there sold, right? Hell yeah, brother. Ooh, that's it. I have no more items to sell. Painful as it may be. So. Oh, hello there, Fresh Register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, it is lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run to my attendant on your wandering, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair, tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I had dropped my handkerchief, and now I have been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Ay. Poor guy. Probably about to die or some shit. Ah. And no one even cares that there's a man hanging here. You good, bro? Need a hand? Does look like quite a fall. Well, let me see if I can find you somebody to help you. Ah. What's this? Beyond this lift you will find the residence of Yulmore's free citizens, or you would were you authorized to enter, which you are not. Alright, bro. Relax. Take a chill pill. All this shit. More importantly, before... you're good, you're good. You still got strength. Let me see. Hmm. Nah. Very good, very good. Oh. You guys having a nice little conversation here, huh? So cute. Oh. What's this? Why are they all Mikotis, though? I mean, I know why, but let's be real. Wait, your boobs are smaller than hers. I don't remember having bust sizes in this game. Must be the shirt. What's up here? Another! Let's see what she's wearing. See, she's even flatter than the other one. Actually about the same, right? There's like tiny titties. Like an A cup, you know? Alright. Okay. Enough fooling around. Sit. You only have 3 prostitutes? Ay. You guys are lacking business. I'm gonna find some friends. Alright, buddy, you need a hand? Let me help you out. Wicked White, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. Probably fall. Trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief. You see, the wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. She is my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was no more. There was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Colusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I must have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. Sure. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet, I must return to her immediately. Left her alone for too long. She'd be lonely without you. My tent told me everything. I'm so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. Sure, not a problem. As if he were a member of my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens own the bonded our unending gratitudes. Mayhap in another society our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. They're definitely banging. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Damn, this is like socialism done right, basically. Kind of. At least feels like being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, the only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. That's how people become rotten, but yeah. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. Thank you for the boots. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. Unduly? A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Pistabie usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. The beehive, huh? I feel like I was just there. Why, hello there. Welcome to the beehive, my little drone, seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested? Sure. Ready for a game of high and low then? Let's play! Good for you, no time like the present, I say. Hey, why not? 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total number be higher or lower than mine? I say it would be higher. I'm going with high then. Right, let's see what we've got. Ooh, way higher. My card adds up to 12 and you have way more. 19. You win. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, then we'll talk about that favor. Sure. Another chance. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip 1. She flips 2. Hey, of course it's gonna be low. You're going with low then? Right. I'm already at 11. Ooh. That's even. Draw. Yeah, I didn't have a chance there, so, you know. That's unfair. Oh, it seems we came out equal, but as lovely a coincidence as that may be, we still need a clear winner. That's what I like to hear. Let me shuffle the deck. Hmm. 8, 9, 12. What's your call? Would your total be higher or lower than mine? Higher. And with high then. Right, let's see what we've got. 12. You have 19, I have 12. I need more than 7. Aye. Some bullshit. It's okay. It's now we're even. Oh dear, looks like this match goes to me. That's what I like to hear. I mean, if you just play by chance, then oh yeah, I'm definitely low. Like it's not even close. Yep. Yeah, not even close. Not even close. Win. I'm actually it was difference of 1. Look at that, I think you've got a neck for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell old Tista what she can do for you. That's all. How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the sin eaters. They say Lord Vothri was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Atharn over there. There's not that Mary Sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. What's that? What's that? New to Yulmar, you say? Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. Oh, that mark. Yeehaw. That's the way, dance like there's no tomorrow. Because for all you know, there isn't. Woo! Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you want to ask me? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Ilmoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Yulmar. No longer an enemy to be feared. And yet, elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Ha! A toast to Lord Vothri. You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais, the Alpin, and Alpina will be expecting your return. I have returned from your jaunt around the city so soon. You needn't have hurried back. Young Alpino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told, or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. The hero has arrived. Put together and assemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me. That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? I don't recall this part of the artistic process. Oh, good. Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, I'd not, that is to say, as long as you... just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next? Ay, 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 what am I to do with this woman? Da, 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 da. Lady Cha has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting, but this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the lair below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. It's over there. Oh, phone call. 1 sec. Okay, give me 1 second. We will BRB. Alright. Let's keep on going, then. Okay. Where were we? Going downstairs, I believe. Should descend to the buttress. Nope, not buttress. Where the hell are the stairs? Stairs. There they are. Jesus Christ, man. I remember why I hate this town. And it's not because of its politics. Hello. Sob and sniff. Oh, she's a dragon lady. You're one of the bone dead, aren't you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thoaric. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of mule to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Nice and green over here. Hey, you need medicines? Tonics? Potions? A cure for a nailing voice, is it? No medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Hee, poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? Ah, your face, you didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest? Gone. A town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no. I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict and I have my mule. Good day. Damn, son. Brutal. Can I cross over? Ah, interesting. There's a little ship here. I bet this was in use. The hell is that ship for? Himself to all the afternoon. Clusi is now accessible as an Ethernet destination. Oh, nice. Mainstay. Oh, it's the understory. Hop. Did you get my medicine? Listen, you have cancer. So that's it. What am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said I have a lump in my throat. So you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave, but you need fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have word with Lord Bathory and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness, will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far. No, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Ascension? Ascension? What is this ascension? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. Oh god. It is through Lord Bathory that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Bathory's grace that the free people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Bathory truly is a great man, isn't he? Oh god. Now, if you will excuse me, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. Alright. Some more fucked up shit. Look around all you like, but whatever you do, don't lock me in here when you leave. Where are you? Hop. 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 Hop, 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 hop. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry. Something had happened. I began sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the eyes appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigation have gleaned thus far? So, Lord Bathory boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? Ah, the picture's already done. I take my eyes off you for one moment and you're chattering away with that assistance of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? Meow. What in the blazes? Oh god. It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphina. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous reunion, it seemed to me that a realistic portrayal... Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... Oh, he was screaming actually. I say, did that come from above? Dum da da da. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down. And one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. That's not a rhyme. Ah, yes, interesting. Yeah. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the emergent, the level above us where Lord Vathry resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle then. Dawdle. Bow, bada, bada, bow, bada, bow. Oh, another Lady Chai. Lady Chai in a mask. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Red, blue, blue, yellow, green, white, white, red. Red, blue, blue, yellow, green, white. I'm assuming the other one's the same. And she's also wearing the same shit. Where'd she go? Hey. Oh. Where are you going? So why are there two lady... Why are there two Lady Chais? I wonder. Let's see if anyone came with a solution for this problem. Julia Chai, the Roman story no one asked for. We need someone who looks at us like Lady Chai. So it is her though. Okay, why is there Lady Chai in you more? China's. In case you missed the new portrait of Julia, nowhere to turn. What about a character spoiled for first Yulmore visit? Appreciate the way the Chais were presented. Clearly there are issues with Yulmore and society and relationship, but all its citizens aren't necessarily inherently evil people. Some just products of their society and out of touch or ignorant. Some people like that in real life. By that premise, I had been expecting less nuanced perspective. I didn't notice the rest post for the entirety of the posts. Man, why doesn't anyone talk about the second Lady Chai, though? Oh well. Let's go to the elevator. Joining the crowd out there? Yes. Let's go.
That's him. That's Vorthri.
He's kind of hard to miss. Oh, he has the same pattern of rings as Lady Chai. Oh no, it needs to be yellow blue. Yellow white. Look at those girls though. Oh, god dang.
He's attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Louts.
Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud.
Fraud.
He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Yulm is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony.
Whee!
And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Man of mercy.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmor?
At the end of the world. Yeah.
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
Nice speech, I guess.
And people call this paradise.
I mean, depends what your standards are.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Painting.
Oh, an artiste!
An
Then you
artiste.
shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence.
The arrogance, I love it.
Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
A picture! Ay, ay, ay.
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Oh god. Savage! He's in shock. Doesn't understand what just happened.
I think so.
Valtteri looks like a big mule.
Did that little worm just insult me?
Can't move.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! And tear out their hearts!
Hey. Solus. What's happening, brother? Hey. Crazy guy. Savage Alpino. It's a rate difficulty all of its own. 3 dots. Forgive me, in any anger I seem to have marched us back outside again, though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we have worn out our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Colusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I need to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me, and now Lord Valtteri wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there if you're willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you have done for me. Alphino! Lord and Lady Chai. He's like, what's going on out here? I don't want to be out here. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now I've had many beautiful and striking pictures painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vothri and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. No, my lady. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Saving this world? Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facades. Facade or facade? Oh, Alphino. Hey, almost on his own. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothri and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exort and chart a new course. This is far from over. If I'm looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Oh, a friend of the Exarch, hoping to meet someone in Arang, are ya? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. Let's go. All set, then off to the unforgiving sands we go. You can now travel to Amarang, speak with the Android Amaro Tamer to fly to the desert.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
the best music in this expansion, probably by far. Oh, like he's iconic, but this is just so good. Oof, no matter how many times I come here and cold never fails. The cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as in the scorching hours of day. It gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the exorc's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alize friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mord Soak to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off, and I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Yes, sir. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Gigant tender, sabotender, just big one. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amarang, is it not? Before you cross the river of Sen, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. It's not bad. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasr Sharl, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabath Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Norvrand's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along, great chunks of Nabath Arang's lands were lost to the light. Its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mord Soak. Let's press on, shall we? Here we are, Mord Soak, by the blessed shadow. I love this town. Not for the food, I hope. Mord Soak, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we have arrived. Maroki. There about to be a hunt or something? What's going on here? Why is everyone here on the Midgar somewhere? No. Again. Yeah, it's the goblins, or whatever they are, in the source. What beady eyes.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsuk.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mordsuk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense.
Oh, yeah.
A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Everyone just woke up.
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here!
Come and look.
You buy, you buy?
You buy, you buy?
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots!
No pots.
Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
That's the guy over there. Hello. Ah, man. Everyone's just disappointed. I love how everyone just woke up though. So good. Alright, run. Oh, yeah. Can I skip? Can I just not eat? Welcome to Ronron's Traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? As one is where you may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target and put stuff and inspect it. Oh. Meat. Oh, which meat though? That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. Frog on a stick. Ah, you like those. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Is that mushrooms or some bread? I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits. So even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. And maybe, worms. Everyone's favorite. Plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed ringler, you'll never want any other treat. Ugh. It's nasty. I'm gonna throw up the food I ate a few hours ago. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? Much love. Ah, very wise. You won't wither on the sands with a gut full of cactus fruit filling. You have the gold. Yeah. And done! One Weber tight honor buys the 40 loaves of bread. 40? That's a bit much. I think I'll share the rest. Our visitor invites us to a feast. Let us give thanks for her great generosity and small appetite. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down. Yes, no returns. Yes, no returns. Oh god. I was watching from here, Filmina. You honored our custom and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amarang, we are here to provide. Gahaha, you have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful. I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right, now that you have eaten, I expect you're eager to get back to the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market, all properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and pairing. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling, and then see you in a bit. You may view the market receipt at any time during this quest by using the relevant key item command menus. How'd you get already? You have a strong friend, but I will need those. Oh wait, okay, let's see what I need. Table cactus, thonton, thol, iron ore, and Nabath Arang antiques, mill. Okay. Mill. Hands off. That water is for Mill's foot bath, unless you have coin or better. Oh, you work for Cassard, and Molmo has his antiques all boxed up and ready for transport. You know what? All things we trade here in Mordsuk, nothing is more important than water. Good for drinking, good for bath. Wait, what? Wait. Nabatharang, mill to be collected from Molmo. Oh, okay. And here's Tholtol, okay, that's good. Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron ore. Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Ton. Lift with your legs and not with your back. Okay. You came in with Cassard, yes? Good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please take your prickly purchase. Here's Mulmul. Hey, no touching. The merchant is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no. Nabatha-Rang relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. Yeah, I couldn't possibly convince you with a higher price, right? Hookin guy. Hey. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Yes, sir. Hey, that's a lot, all right. Good work. And quick work too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you want to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you are not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I had hoped to conclude all my business before you return, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, feels like an age since I last saw you. Ay. Emotional damage. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alize. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alize has told me so much about you. You're Filmina, aren't you? How do you know? Yeah, I did. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alize quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Filmina's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Everyone's so nice to each other and stuff. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang. I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Alize has been desperate to see you, Filmina, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then heading south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. You can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? Oh, easy peasy. Thought you might. Alize was always saying how much I mean, let's get going, shall we? Da 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 da. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alize was strong, but in her mind she was never. Now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Da da dee da dee da da dee da da. Oops, wrong one. Woohoo! Ah, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. Need to get these supplies back to the inn. More souk. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first, let's head inside, shall we? Welcome to the Inn at Journey's End. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alize arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. Afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alize who was so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I'd leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alize give you the full explanation. Just call them enthralled. That's all we need. Now, where is she? This guy. Think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Down, da, 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 down. Oh, goddamn. So that's the wave of lights. Sick. Others not to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground and they look to be about the right size. Small footprints lead off northwest. The best song in the zones, from all the zones. Footprints continue on to southwest. Curve around to the west. It's a lot of mummies. I'm gonna say about that. More tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sands. Look at that shit.
Get back here! Is that... It can't be.
Full melee combo.
I had it under control, right up until the moment I didn't. I'll do better next time.
Yeah.
I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. How are you?
And good to see you too. Reunions. Oh man, I love reunions.
We've fought them to a standstill then.
Oh yeah, she doesn't know what
The
happened.
Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least.
Oh wait, you haven't seen them at all through your time here? Wow.
When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them.
Don't worry, I sent them a message.
But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision.
Yeah. It's all about the vision.
He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal.
Fair enough.
But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation.
Really? Something over breakfast, maybe?
As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
It's a matter of time, or for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Teslin and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the residents' terrors. These marks on your map. Excuse me. Excuse me. Shameless. Okay. Residence Terror. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed. Kill or be killed, champions! With these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Oh, fucking guard duty? Just fucking came here. Already I'm on guard duty. Just came to bring you home, Alizane. And to say hello. What's happening, brother? Here we go again. Yeah, these guys are annoying. Their aggro range is insane, though. Like, I'm out leveling them, they still do so much damage. Holy hell. Senmol, stay away. I'm warning you. No, oh, shit, what an idiot. That was so dumb. Jump out to jump back in. What a genius. Oh yeah, what a genius. Oh my god, I didn't even attune? Oh my god, such a noob. Such a noob. How did you fare? Got 3 of them. I thought there might be 1 or 2 lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you notice it yourself, but individually these lesser sinners are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Sent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to call their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Teslin, shall we? Let's go. Let's report. Alize tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the 2 of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alize has missed your company. Everything is always, if Philmina were here, she would... that's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Philmina's methods. Honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing. Though I have no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. Oh, there are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alize? What? And twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alize. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Pawnee, Toden, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Pawnee. Thank you. Just notice this thing circling around them. Toden glances up at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Halric remains utterly still, and as you wipe the sand, the texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. You have seen to the patients? How were they? Good, that's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Halric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have the discussion then. I was going to take Filmina to Mordsuk if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassard's caravan just passed through, so Ronron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Filmina, there's something I want you to see, right after we stop at Ronron's stall, of course. Fresh fruit, Ron. Fresh fruits. Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron sweet? Ronron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Nectarine, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Give how richly you cracked your coin purse with me. I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Dankeshu. Gods, I've never seen a Mord merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh, no, not for me. It's an offering of sorts. Okay. The worms, if you please. Only the best wranglers for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the aetherite to the main tower. The view I want you to show you can only be seen from its very top. Well, once I can fly, it won't be much of an issue, nor will it? Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed wranglers, you actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails, shall we? Just this once, it never fails.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond?
An
That's what
endless
the land
white.
became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness.
Looks like winter in Canada.
Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit.
Oh, red mule.
Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough.
It doesn't change later, don't worry.
But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons.
Yeah, I bet. Just told him not to leave me in
But
this.
even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield.
Yeah.
So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here.
Fair enough.
And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
That I was able to show you that when it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. And I need you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just a threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Oh, I'm about to level up. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Just need to get some... Oh wait, actually... Oh yeah, I can't put them on, can I? Yeah. Yeah. Everything else is 385, 395, yeah. I just need jewelry then. I finished the quest like this, so. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find nectarine? There you go. There you go. Thank you. Alize's explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others and we have decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Sin makes an effort to smile brightly. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it is time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Poison.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
Bits and bobs. I'm on a diet.
Oh, it's nothing, really. And we do so rarely have guests. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
Oh boy.
The Warrior of Darkness?
But you've never heard of it. How has it been here for
You've
so
never
long?
heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrand could tell you a version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath.
Chills.
Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
I'm right here, baby.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Oh, no.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Uh-oh.
They're coming.
Desleen!
A big one.
Have you seen Halrek? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Bro, you can't even do your job. Watch over a kid that can barely move. That was quite the moment. This is the one. Lumina, Alize, we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone, We'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated they can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. East side is the best. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west, then you take everything from here to the south. Bow bow bada bow bada bow 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 bada 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 bow. Now these guys are disgusting pricks, scissor jaws. See no sign of Haller, maybe went further west. Please don't ruin my music. Thank you very much. And surrounding such a powder can suddenly find yourself under attack. What's happening, brother? Oh shit, I don't have that should be enough. Oh yeah. Yeah. Not even a problem. Pew. Pew. Pew.
Any sign of him?
Nope. I don't know where he is.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far.
Guys can't find it.
We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
A big one. Ah, cinematic chick.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones.
It's pretty big.
Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no!
Instead of talking, how about start running?
Halric!
are you talking to him? Just run. Take him and run. Why are you talking to him?
No!
Fucking idiot. You know he can't respond. Just fucking grab him by the collar and just fucking run. God, that's creepy as fuck.
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it.
Yeah.
The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Is she throwing out the rest of the ether to only have white ether? Oof. Oof. Oh, the sounds though. Ugh, it's disgusting.
Oh no, 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 no!
And fade to white. Emotional damage. Oh god. This fucking creep, man. Oh man, the sounds are disgusting. Oh, I'm glad you're okay though. Where are you looking? 3 dots. 5 dots even. What is he writing? Hey, what is he writing? Oh, one of the birds. I'm sorry, Filomena. I tried to tell the carriers what happened, but can be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. It's just so unfair. Kathleen was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me? I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing. About giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Yep. Shit sucks. Halric is gonna give me my reward. Halric is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Spoken with the cares. Thank you for what you're doing. It means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late. Too slow. Thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one couldn't have done any more. Sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. Shock! We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Taslin's words close to your heart. Sure. Yeah. He's the creepy version of Abu. Wait, you're living this very moment. I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit tasty? Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance, even if it were only little by little? Even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on there, everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. True and real. I would have been faster to just go to Crystarium, teleport here, then teleport there. Use the airship or whatever. Oh well. And a nice little run here. What is that? Why does this look something from Endwalker? Why does it have a floating X above it? Alright, let's see. What does it say about him? Juggler Hecatomb. Killing the elite mark will reward the player 5,000 gil and 100 sacks of nuts if the mob is the weekly elite. Oh, okay, it's one of the weekly elites. Forgive me, Felina. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women of the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must find my own way with steel. Miss Alize, is there anything I can get you? A ride. You're swift as Samara. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amarang again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we are going to wipe the Sin Eaters out. Shall we? Yep, sure. Oh yeah, I can't use that here. Those soul gates. Da da dee da dee da 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 da. I think we need this last one. Da 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 da. Have business with the Crystal Exarch. Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. Yes. It is good to be back among friends, not to mention my dear sister. I have not seen her for some time, but I gather she is as keen to press on with our plans as I am. As you have seen quite a lot of the first yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. Thank you for seeking me out, Fulmina. It meant a lot to have you there at my side, and looking at Alfino, I'd say he's as eager to begin this discussion as I am. I say we lay our experiences before the Exarch and step back to see what kind of picture they make. Then we can decide where to go from here.
And so you return.
Great
Have you gained a
observation.
better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Just a bit.
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist.
Handful, 5.
Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmore might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters.
Yeah.
Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience.
We'll deal with that when
he will not take
we get
kindly
there.
to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
I'm not sure I follow.
Your uncertainty is understandable given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then.
Yep. Please. Ah. Illusion magic, nice.
In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence.
Okay.
If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
The 13. No, that was the second, that's the 13. Bulb or thirds. The world of darkness hasn't been absorbed.
At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Holminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Excellent timing.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Okay, so basically, if I get this right, so a shard gets overflown with ether, and because it's overflown with ether and there's no other ether there to balance it, it basically smashes into the source. However, for that to actually happen and for it to smash into the source also has to have some overflowing of, like a disaster happening. When disaster usually brings an overflowing of ether or creates a crack, I'm assuming. And when that crack happens, then it gets filled with whatever shard is being destroyed at the moment. So in order to have a calamity, both disasters need to happen at a similar time, as far as I understand. Or one world can be just consumed by an element, and then when the source, this is hypothetical, I believe. If, let's say, a shard is consumed by a certain element, of a certain ether element, but there's nothing happening on the main world, like on the source, then that shard will not be absorbed. It'll be like in queue. When a calamity would happen, then supposedly the shard would be absorbed. But that's not what happened with World of Darkness, though. Because World of Darkness is still there, and that is the 13th reflection or the 14th reflection. Well, there's 14 reflections. No, there's 13 reflections. The source is like the first, and the source is the source, and then there's 13 reflections, making 14 in total, right? So the 13th is the void, like the darkness, but that hasn't been absorbed yet, even though in his diagram it showed that it was absorbed. So there were 7 calamities. Okay. I think I get it for the most part. It's kind of weird because, like, I feel like World of Darkness should have been absorbed by now, but it's not. Because World of Darkness was the first one they corrupted, I believe. That's where they made the mistake with World of Darkness. They're like, oh, well, we fucked up on this one. Right? And ever since then, they've been doing different things. But the thing is, that's like they said that they messed up with the World of Darkness and they just turned it into like one ether source, which is very similar to what they're trying to do with the first. So maybe what they try to do is have both World of Darkness and the first combine into the source at the same time to counterbalance each other, maybe? Is that what it is? I don't even know, man. Like, it's so weird. It's like, it kind of makes sense, but also, like, if you think about, there's like some stuff they're like kind of you know? Okay, well, let's keep going. We'll probably find out more as we go, and will make a bit more sense. I still don't... Elidibus doesn't make sense to me at all to begin with, so... Alright. Holminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparation. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Exensor Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. Let's see. It's 2 p.m., so I need to grab some food. I want to go there, right? Okay, so I need to grab some food because 4 p.m. when the stream ends, I will be going to the gym. We go gym. Go gym. So let me just get to the area of the dungeon, and then I'll go make some food. Nothing serious, nothing too big, and we'll watch some videos. Tessalene. Watch a couple videos while I eat, and we'll continue with the dungeon at that point. Sensor. Excelsior. This is where, yeah. This is where I met Lena or whatever her name is. Seems about right. God damn. What a beautiful structure. All set. If we follow this road north, we will arrive at the northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. Quickly now. Meanwhile, this guy's literally just walking. Before that, yeah, might as well take this, I guess. Ya te veo. ¿Tú te veo? Ya te veo y tú te veo. I ain't got no gems for you, no gems for you. Oh, there it is. Forgot the chocobo dude. Is he all the way up there? Oh my lord. It's a great landing spot, but bit of a pain in the ass to get to. Yep, there is Amaro Keep. Hey. No one's doing the fates here anymore. Oh, someone is. I don't know. Grey Draco. I don't think I've ever seen the Grey Draco. The hell is that? What am I gonna do at the gym today, though? Thinking probably back and buys. I have to be really careful with my biceps because my what's it called? My wrist is still kind of hurting, and the forearm, like golfer elbow, whatever. All right, let's go. Cinema time! Cinema time! Alminster Switch is past these gates and through the woods. 'Tis not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as half remain. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that the Light Warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of these fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will blow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordsman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Ah, well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. Eva says that the guard stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood. Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard. However, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well. Then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leveluers, Captain Lena, and last but not least... A formidable group indeed. Into Alminster we go. Once we reach the Light Warden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. This Dungeons encountered in subsequent main scenario quests can be completed solo alongside a supporting party of NPCs. To make use of this feature, simply speak with one of your NPC companions near the entrance to the instance and select the option to form a party, duty, support, under duty, Yep. Yep. Ah, so you can actually use Lena, huh?
Leave this
Very
to me.
well.
Leave this to me.
Okay.
Let's give it our all. Leave this to me.
Very well. My strength is yours.
Alright, sounds good. Cool. Anyways, take a small break. We're gonna watch some videos. But first, need to go make some food. Be right back. Okay. Yosh. Yosh. Let's see what we got here. What's this about?
Which means you can go and test out all of the definitely 100%, 1000% final talent
pitches on PTR.
On the web and be like, well, what's the difference?
Do not care. New stuff. There are loads of Dragonflight changes. Guy finds girl for cheating on his best friend. The bro. You should leave the girlfriend. Get the fuck out. The correct Starbucks recurring sales model and built a forge. Never winter in 2022. Oh man. Lazy Peon is really scraping the bottom of the barrel. I think community has a big problem. End of man, best of 10. First of 10, sorry. Okay. All right. By popular demand, and popular I mean like over 1,000, 2,000 views, and the only comments I'm getting is about Necrit. So I'm gonna watch another Necrit video. This is an old one, 2 years old basically. Official timeline of League of Legends. I'm assuming the timeline hasn't changed in the last 2 years. Well, 3 years actually. Well, never mind, 3 years old. Where do I live? I'm assuming the timeline hasn't changed since then. I haven't seen a different video by him about the timeline, so yeah, let's watch that.
If you've been around the channel for a while, you know that this isn't the first time that we are making a timeline for League of Legends. We made the first one before Universe even existed. During these dark times, we had to look for the lore in the client. And in the worst case, we had to snoop around the internet because Riot hid their stories on separate websites. And on top of that, half of the champions didn't even have canon story. Then we made the second timeline. That one was released after the Universe launched. There at least we had the base idea of what the story of League of Legends even is. But because we made that video very close to the release of Universe, most of the stories were not fleshed out. And over the following months, some of the details in the story changed. And suddenly that timeline was full of mistakes. And that's why we are making the third and hopefully the last video on the timeline of League of Legends. That's because today Riot released the Realms of Runeterra book, which is an official summary of the entire story of the world of League of Legends.
Shit, they actually made a book.
More importantly, this book also contains the official timeline of this story. And that is what I'm going to show you today. So no more guessing, no more assumptions. What you are about to hear today is set in stone. And the purpose of this video is to give us a guide for the future. So whenever in the future we will need to know when the historical events happened, this video will help us. So, without further ado, let's have a look at the thing the lore community has been waiting for years. The official timeline of Runeterra. Before we start, it is important to note that just like we say that something happened before Christ, because that is how we mark year 0, on Runeterra the foundation of Noxus is year 0. I will talk about it more when we get to it on the timeline.
Interesting.
But just remember that when something happened before the year 0, we say that it happened before Noxus. So let's start with the very beginning. The official timeline doesn't show the very beginning of everything, but we know that something happened because we got proofs in the stories. So, countless eons ago, Runeterra popped into existence. This was probably around the time when Aurelian started spreading stars around the universe. In fact, the earliest point in the story we have is the beginning of time. This was mentioned in the story Twilight of the Gods, when the Ascended Warriors rode on the Dragons of Twilight to the beginning of times. This was a form of entertainment to the Ascended. Whenever they wanted, they could just jump on the Dragons of Twilight and watch the beginning of everything. Either way, that is the earliest point in the story. With this, obviously, we have the entire story of the Watchers.
Interesting
where
pastime.
the Watchers are these creatures from another realm. And as stars and planets started appearing in our physical reality, The Watchers, which were these creatures sitting in darkness, suddenly saw light in the distance. And because they enjoyed their sleeping in the darkness and they didn't want to be blinded by annoying light, they decided to silence it. That is the reason why the Watchers are trying to consume our world. They were sleeping in the darkness since the beginning of anything. And when Runeterra popped into existence, it was like an annoying shining light to them. So if anything, we are invading the privacy of the Watchers. Anyway, this sets up the very beginning of the planet. But now, let's jump onto the actual history of Runeterra that is written in the book. 9,000 years before Noxus, we have the very first Runeterran story. This era is known as simply the First Lands, which of course is an ancient name for Ionia. So it's not surprising to know where this story takes place. This era is entirely new to us, so pay attention. The description in the book reads: across the island continent known as Ionia, a great war raged between mortals and a race of sky giants. Only by the intervention of the Vastaya Shirei, legendary beings of immense power, existing in both material and spirit realms simultaneously, was victory eventually won. This is interesting because we have never heard about the sky giants before, although they were teased almost years before this book. If you have a look at Universe, you may notice these images with giant swords that have no meaning. Well, they have no meaning because people forgot where these giant swords came from. And the book actually has a special description for this exact image. This is what it says. Titans of the past. It is certain Ionia has much longer and richer history than any living soul could claim to know. Indeed, in the more remote and mountainous highlands, the landscape is still littered with evidence of great wars from ages past. But instead of clearing the ruins, the Ionians chose to respect what remains, even if they no longer fully understand what it represents. So this is a proof that the very first Runeterran story was a war with the giants, which is a war we unfortunately know nothing about. One thing to note is that even for TFT, Riot is using these giant swords for the Ionian maps. So
bro, even like I wish they would do something like Caverns of Time in League of Legends, where you can go back in time and like actually experience these like ancient ass stories that like are told but not really told, like that no one really knows about. That would be so fucking cool. Just like explore the past of the universe. That would be so cool.
So it is clear that Riot might
like overall, I think Caverns of Time in WoW is probably one of the best dungeons. Not so much because of like how the dungeons are set, because some of them are like pretty bad, but just like what the story in the dungeon means is just so massive. And so that's why I love Caverns of Time stuff. So I wish League would do something like that.
Future plans for this story. But now, let's move on. 8,000 years before Noxus. The War of the Three Sisters. The description of this event tries to set everything on the right track, because previously the story of Freljord had some plot holes. This is what the description says. After they defeated the old gods of the north, a feud developed between the sisters Avarosa, Cyrilda and Lysandra, and quickly escalated into open conflict. The final battle was fought at the gates of Lysandra's citadel, where she sacrificed many allies to entomb her enemies in true ice. This suggests that the Watchers got frozen in the Holding Abyss first, and a couple of years after that, the sisters turned against each other. It wasn't a massive battle that included all three sisters and the Watchers on top of that like we previously thought. In reality, according to the book, it was two separate battles. Despite the fact that Lysandra's bio still mentions everyone being frozen in one battle. But then again, the story has these plot holes only in Lysandra's version of the story. And that might be happening because Lysandra is trying to hide the truth. Originally, with this information, I wanted to retell the entire Freljordian story as accurately as possible. But it is obvious that Riot has the freedom to tell us more about the Watchers in the future. And with Lysandra being a massive liar, if in the future Riot expanded the story and altered the timeline,
she's quite a liar,
it would invalidate this entire video. So instead, just remember that the official...
Like hasn't she been like pretending to be somebody else for like generations and stuff like that? Like she's the only one of the three sisters that is still actually alive as a witch, but like the other ones have just been like, you know, making descendants and shit like that until she eventually, Lysandra made a pact with Ash or whatever, but again, it's a fake pact or something.
The timeline mentioned that the sisters defeated the Watchers before they got into conflict. But now, let's move on. 6,000 years before Noxus, a westward migration. Of course, we know this story very well, because it was explained when Kiana was released. This is where the advanced people of Ishtal spread around the world. Some people migrated to the Blessed Isles, some to the Buhuru Islands, and some to Targon, the deserts of Shurima, and to Valoran. In short, nearly all humans on Runeterra come from the Ishtali region. This is what the description says. Bringing all their ancient knowledge and wisdom with them, settlers from the forgotten lands of the distant east reached the shores of Shurima and Valoran. In time, their descendants would come...
Look how big that fucking city is. Holy fuck, man. If we assume that each tree that we see is like how we know what size of a tree is. Like, holy fuck, this place is massive. Holy shit, man.
...to rule the greatest civilizations Runeterra has ever known. Notice how the description simply mentions settlers from the forgotten land of the distant east, and how it says that they reached the shores of Shurima and Valoran. Now, Shurima and Valoran are the entire continents. So the story almost suggests that even the people of Ishtal don't come from Ishtal. It suggests that even the people of Ishtal came from somewhere further east. What I'm trying to say is that maybe there is a place further east that is not even on the map.
Oh, 100%. I don't think what we see as the map as Valorant is the whole world. I feel like they're gonna add another continent throughout the story. Something east of the Shadow Isles. Kind of like how Azeroth is also not the whole map, because like if you look at Legion, when we could see Azeroth from Draenor, from Antaurus, Argus. If you looked at Azeroth from Argus, you could already see the two continents, but you don't see half of the planet, right? So it can't be the whole planet is that, you know?
And that is where people came from. They landed on the shores of Shurima and Valoran, and from there they spread around. Next we have 5,000 years before Noxus, the rise of the God Warriors. Guided by the divine aspects of Targon in preparation for some unknown future war, the ancient Shirimans used the Sun Disk at Neremazeth to create the first Ascended.
So they're already in control of Aurelian Sol at this point.
These noble beings were worshipped as living gods, and the empire they forged would endure for millennia. This confirms that we were right in our previous assumptions that it was the Targonian aspect and possibly even the Celestials themselves who showed Shurimans how to create the Ascended. The first Ascended were made in Neremazeth. However, for unknown reasons, these early experiments with the Ascended failed, and Neremazeth was turned into ruins. So instead, a couple of years later, a better and greater Sun Disk was built in the middle of the Shuriman Desert, which would become the foundation of the future capital city of the Shuriman Empire. The description mentioned that the Ascended were created for unknown future war, which of course we know would become the Great Void War. 2,500 years before Noxus, Icathia rebelled against Shurima. This is when the story called Where Icathia Once Stood happened. During this story, the Icathian kingdom requested to stay independent from the Shuriman Empire. Obviously, the Emperor of Shurima denied this request, and as an answer, he sent his ascended god warriors to reclaim the rebelling kingdom. And so, because Icathians knew they wouldn't be able to beat the god warriors, they called upon a different kind of power to save them. Or, as the description puts it, in a desperate bid to succade from the tyranny of the Empire, Icathia unleashed the Void in battle. Their own capital city was instantly destroyed, the land tainted and corrupted beyond all recognition. Even the mighty ascended host could do little to combat.
Never, ever put anyone against the wall. Like, never corner anyone. When they don't have another choice, man, people are gonna do crazy shit, such as summon the Void.
This horror, and Shurima was forced to abandon Icathia for good. 2,000 years before Noxus, Azir's failed ascension. This is when Xerath betrayed Azir. Some could argue that Azir wasn't really betrayed. He just never told Xerath that he wanted to free all slaves.
Yeah, it was a very bad move by Azir in my opinion. Xerath just took matters into his own hands until it was like no turning back, so...
Azir wanted to keep it as a surprise which would be announced after his ascension. But since he never told Xerath, Xerath thought that Azir was as cruel as all his ancestors. And so, Xerath decided to push Azir away from the ritual, and he absorbed the power of the Sun Disk himself, forcing it to transcend him beyond what even the Ascended are, and destroying the Empire in the process. The description of these events says, denied godhood by a base act of treachery, the last Freeman Emperor, Azir, was lost, along with the Sun Disk itself. The people, filled with fear and sorrow, looked for the remaining Ascended to protect them. Something to note here. Notice that there is a 500-year gap between these events and the story of Icathia. Because Azir was just a normal man during these events, that means that it wasn't Azir who led the Empire into war with Icathia. It was likely one of his ancestors. 550 years before Noxus. The Great Darkin War. The last sentence of the previous era mentioned that after Azir died...
I'm more surprised that Azir felt Ascension is 2,000 years in the past and not like 500 before Noxus or some shit. But it says he was like... Wasn't he like 1,000 years dead or something like that? Like a millennia? Not few millennia?
And the Sun Disk was destroyed. People turned to the Ascended warriors to protect them. And that was the foundation of the Great Darkin War. For what would a warlord be without an army? Bereft of purpose, and scarred by what they had endured in facing the void, many of the Ascended became twisted in body and mind, naming themselves Darkin, and raising hordes of mortal warriors to conquer the world. Eventually, the aspects who had inspired their creation were forced to intervene, imprisoning the Darkin within their own accursed weapons. In other words, after Azir's betrayal, the Ascended war host was left without a leader, and with Icathia defeated, they were left without a purpose. Combine that with the fact that the minds of the Ascended were already touched by the void, and suddenly they went crazy and started hungering for power. Thus, the Ascended became the Darkin. At this point, the situation was out of control, and the living weapons which the Targonian aspects created to fight the void were now terrorizing humanity. And so, using the power of the moon, the aspects were forced to intervene and imprison the Darkin inside their own weapons. Notice the symbology here. The Darkin were technically created using the power of the sun reflecting in the Sun Disk. At the end, as we learned from the story Twilight of the Gods, they were sealed using the power of the moon. So the sun and the moon are the primal forces here. They are the beginning and the end. 400 years before Noxus. Reign of the Iron Revenant.
So why did they shun the moon at some point? Not so much the Targonians, but like, well, I guess the Targonians. Like the people who live on the mountains who want to be part of the of the Solari. Why did they shun the Lunari? If the Lunari is such an important force for them. I guess the Lunari maybe indicates the end, so maybe they just didn't want to have that as something that happens. But it's like...
This is when the story of Mordekaiser happens. I'll read the official description first, and then I will fill in the gap.
Mord was like 400 years old to make Noxus?
Deceiving the mages who had resurrected him, the warlord San Uzal was reborn as Mordekaiser, and set about conquering the mortal realm from his immortal bastion. Though it took almost 3 centuries, he was eventually defeated by an alliance of Noxai tribes, who inherited the empire he had built. I need to add 2 things.
Oh, okay. So what they inherited became Noxus. Okay.
Here. First of all, before San Uzal died, he conquered Valoran and forged an empire in blood and death. He did this because he believed that if he lived a glorious life in the name of the gods of death, he would be invited to their table in the afterlife. But after he died, he learned that the afterlife is empty. This angered him so much that he learned how to speak the language of the dead, also known as Oknun, by observing other damned souls. Then he reached out to the world of the living, in hopes to bait some sorcerer into bringing this legendary warlord back to life. And with a bit of patience, that is exactly what happened. Mordekaiser is San Uzal's name spoken in Oknun. After this, the description happens. San Uzal was brought back to life as Mordekaiser and he started a new conquest of the world. However, at the end of the description, it says, he was eventually defeated by an alliance of the Noxai tribes. But of course, we know that it wasn't just a bunch of barbarian tribes who grouped together to take him down. In reality, Mordekaiser was also betrayed by his own people inside the Immortal Bastion, one of which was LeBlanc herself. Anyway, as the story mentioned, almost 300 years passed. And now we are getting to 25 years before Noxus.
Okay.
The Ruination. A terrible accident occurred in the arcane vaults beneath the city of Helya, hidden away on the Blessed Isles. With the barrier between the mortal and the spirit realms shattered, the souls of the dead were trapped in eternal torment within the coiling black mist, and the newly dubbed Shadow Isles were abandoned by all right-thinking mortals. Of course, everyone knows that the Ruination was caused by the Ruined King.
Yeah.
So about 25 years before Noxus is when the story of Callista and Hecarim happened. And this takes us to 13 years before Noxus. The Rune Wars. With Helya lost, dangerous magical artifacts soon began to find their way into the wrong hands. On the fields outside Com, the renowned mage Tyrus and his apprentice Rise witnessed the first devastating attack in the Rune Wars. A sight that would haunt Rise's nightmares for the rest of his unnaturally long life. In other words, the story of Rise actually happened after the Ruination. Which makes sense because Master Tyrus, who was responsible for taking care of the world runes, was from the Blessed Isles. But since the Blessed Isles exploded, it makes sense that suddenly protecting the world runes was harder. That might be one of the reasons why people around the world started discovering the world runes. Either way, the description mentions Com, which is a place mentioned on the map of Runeterra. You can't find the place there, but it was mentioned in Rise's story. In fact, it is this exact image. The reason why you can't find it on the map is because it is speculated that this entire crater in the middle of the sea is this place. There used to be a massive chunk of land there, but as the story of Rise described, the mountains got evaporated and the ocean rushed into the land. That's where this giant hole comes from, the former birthplace of Rise. And finally, we are getting to year 0.
Okay.
Noxus endures. The Rune Wars escalated across most of the known world. After a decade of almost apocalyptic battle, the last of the Noxai were forced to retreat inside the Immortal Bastion for shelter from the magical fallout. When they finally emerged, the land beyond has been ravaged, but they survived. They were alloyed as a single people. No longer Noxai, but Noxus, and have marked their calendar from this day ever since. The story here reveals something interesting. Just like some people fled to the forests of Demacia, decades before Demacia was even a kingdom, because the forest itself was able to protect them from magic. People who were on the other side of the continent wouldn't be able to make it there, and so instead they hid inside the Immortal Bastion. And because the Immortal Bastion was empowered by the dark magic of Mordekaiser, it's not a surprise to know that the Immortal Bastion could also protect them from magic. So if you think about it, Demacia and Noxus started during the same event. However, it would take Demacia much longer to get actually kickstarted. Which takes us to the year 292, the Demacian Crown. Far to the west, the nation founded by the great champion Orlon crowned its first king.
Orlon?
Originally settled by the refugees of the Rune Wars, it was declared that Demacia would be a sanctuary from magic, now and forevermore. Of course, if you want to know more about Orlon, the person who founded Demacia, you can read the story of Poppy, who is now wielding the Hammer of Orlon. Interestingly enough, the foundation of Demacia is also tied to other stories. For example, this means that it was around the year 300 when the story of Gale and Morgana happened. Next we get to the year 300.
But we don't really... What's the story of Gale and Morgana though? What's the updated story for them?
349. Noxus becomes an imperial power. After a series of forced annexations and the fall of the Dragon Gate, the strength of Noxus grew to match its ambitions. The noble houses swore, though it might take 1,000 years, to unify all nations of Runeterra beneath a single banner, and elected a Grand General to lead their war hosts to victory. This part is super interesting, because this means that Noxus was founded with the exact same philosophy as Demacia. Demacia was also founded with the idea of having a shelter for all races of Runeterra, but as time went on, that idea corroded. But Noxus stuck with it. To this day, Noxus is still the most diverse nation on Runeterra. And that's because they stuck with their base philosophy.
Power.
Then we have the year 772.
Doesn't matter what race you are, as long as you're strong, it's good. I guess that's the...
On the River Pilt. Merchant clans controlling the trade routes between Valoran and Shurima accelerated construction of vast accessways and conveyors. However, excavations of these sun gates undermined the ancient port of Zone, plunging whole portions of the city into the lightless caverns beneath. In other words, before the year 772, the only way to transport goods by ship from east to west would be to go around the entire continent, because the path through the continent was blocked by rocks right here, which is where the ancient city of Zone was. Back then, Zone was a Shuriman city, and its ancient name was Oshrava Zone. However, the rich people realized that if they make a massive hole through the rocks, instead of going around the entire continent, they could go through the rocks and pass between the eastern and western Valorant with ease. And so the construction began, and the merchants of Zone started digging a hole through the rocks. But because it was taking far too long to do that, they decided to accelerate the digging, and so they used explosives. The issue is that they miscalculated how many of these explosives they needed. And the explosion was so big, half of the city sank into the waters below.
Nice.
This disaster was so massive, thousands of people died that day.
I feel like Ziggs was a part of this, but you know.
The city was effectively split into two halves. Zone remained as it was below, albeit being mostly in ruins. But above that, a new city was born. It was called Piltover, for it was now sitting over the river Pilt. Next we have the year 787. With more and more bedraggled fortune seekers washing up on their shores, missionaries from the Buhuru granted these Paelengi outsiders refuge in the southern island base. While there were many years of cultural confusion, even including the name of the Serpent Isles, this settlement would eventually grow into a bustling port city in its own right. In other words, the Buhuru were these advanced religious people that came here from Ishtal, just like they came to the Blessed Isles.
Bro, I'm sorry, but like, if you buy a house anywhere here, man, you're fucked, okay? Like, straight up. This is the worst real estate investment you can make, okay?
But as more and more outsiders, who they called Paelengi, came to their islands, most of them coming from Piltover and Zone and usually seeking some form of treasures, the Buhuru gave them their own island where they could do whatever they wanted. And over time, as more and more people came, a settlement was built there, and that was eventually turned into Bilgewater. Next we have the year 984, the invasion of Ionia. Following many years of scouting and preparation, Grand General Borem Darkwill ordered a large-scale occupation of Ionia by Noxian forces. Although initially met with little resistance, the Warhost's brutal advancement across the provinces soon gave rise to fierce retaliations from various Ionian militias, which became more organized after the infamous Battle of the Placidium. Of course, everyone knows the invasion of Ionia. The story of most Ionian champions and a lot of
I mean, I kinda know the invasion of Ionia. I know the Noxus invade Ionia, but the problem is I know of it from the original story, which is not canon. So what does the new invasion of Ionia mean?
Noxian champions as well explain this. So if you want to learn about what happened here, Irelia is the centerpiece. But other interesting champions include Riven, Kayn, Master Yi, and even Zed and Shen.
Yeah.
But of course there is one more champion who changed because of these events. And that champion takes us to the last point on this timeline. Year 989. Jericho Swain seizes Noxus. In spite of his dishonorable discharge from the military, former General Swain enacted a coup with the Noxian capital, disposing and killing Borem Darkwill. In less than a year, Swain had ended the occupation of Ionia, vastly reduced the influence of the noble houses, and established the Triferix Council to govern the empire. Of course, the Triferix is the new way Noxus is led. Instead of having one Grand General who acts as a tyrant, and who could also be easily corrupted, Swain made it a law that Noxus would always be led by 3 people, each representing one pillar of Noxus: vision, might, and guile. That way, with 3 leaders in charge, Noxus could never be corrupted. And this takes us to the present days, because even though this is the end of the official timeline, there are stories that are happening right now. The biggest one is the story of Silas, who is currently pushing the story of Demacia forward in the present days. But other present stories also include the story of Udyr and Volibear, the one where Udyr faced the Earth Sign, but also we have the stories of Riven and Yasuo, called Confessions of a Broken Blade, and even Jin's escape. Because remember, even though the story of Jin, Zed and Yasuo starts before the invasion of Ionia, between then and now, Jin was imprisoned and then he was freed. So during the present days, Zed and Shen are still hunting down Jin. But that is it for the official timeline of Runeterra. Finally, there should be no mistakes and this video should serve as a guide for years to come. I strongly doubt that Riot will change the timeline in the future. If anything, they may add to the timeline. As I said at the beginning, the only confusing bit is with Freljord. We are not exactly sure about the chronology of when the bridge in Holding Abyss was built, when the Watchers were sealed, and when Lysandra fought against her sisters. That entire part is still confusing, because Lysandra keeps screwing with the stories. Again, Lysandra is a known liar. She is rewriting the stories to hide the truth. So maybe the story is confusing on purpose. But if anything, we should trust the book. After all, the book was written as a summary of all the canon lore. So we can assume that the Watchers became a threat, the sisters defeated them, they learned that Lysandra was favoring the Watchers, and then Avarosa and Cerilda turned on Lysandra. That should be the canon version. But with that, that is going to be it for this video. There is definitely one more thing I want to talk about when it comes to this book. Because believe it or not, but there might be some hidden teasers of a new champion in the book. And because I was given an early copy, I had some time to look into it. But more on that in a future video. For now, thank you so much for being here, and I will see you next time.
Okay. As always, awesome video by Necrit. Let me just confirm something here. When was the Noxian invasion? Okay, so the invasion of Ionia was 1,000 years before? How old is Irelia?
The last point on this timeline.
Wait.
Which became more organized. Following many years of treasures, came a settlement was built in 84. That was eventually turned into Bilgewater.
Okay.
Next we have the year 984, the invasion of Ionia. Following many years of scouting and preparation, Grand General Borem Darkwill ordered a large-scale occupation of Ionia by Noxian forces.
Yeah.
Although initially met with little resistance, the Warhost's brutal advancement across the provinces soon gave rise to fierce retaliations from various Ionian militias, which became more organized after the infamous Battle of the Placidium. Of course, everyone knows the invasion of Ionia. The story of most Ionian champions and a lot of Noxian champions as well explain this.
But it was 1,000 years before what our current timeline is. How old are these champions? Because some of them are human, right? I get like Canon is a Yordle and all that stuff, so he's, yeah, whatever. But it's like Irelia is and Karma. Because let's see who participated. Shen, Zed, Yasuo, Irelia, Karma, Akali. Did I miss anyone? Shen, Zed, Yasuo, Karma, Irelia, Akali, Canon. Like all of these guys participated from the Ionian side. Master Yi. So it's like, are they like 1,000 years old now, or?
So if you want to learn about what happened here, Irelia is the centerpiece, but other interesting is Noxus. In spite of his dishonorable discharge from the military.
Oh, wait. This is 984 years forward. So this is only maybe like, could be like 10 years, because this is 5 years different. And Swain retreated from Ionia. He's just like, yo, fuck this shit, right? Okay, never mind. So that makes more sense. It's not 984 in the past. I'm an idiot. Okay, I get it. So let's say approximately maybe 10, 20 years. Yeah, that's fine then. All right, cool. Now I get it. I don't need to watch something about the invasion of Ionia, though. I need to watch a whole video to, like, make a better understanding. But I understand the gist of it, but, like, there's so many champions involved that it's, like, I need to see it more. But honestly, probably the most interesting is the Silas stuff. I would say that's even more interesting to me. But anyways, yeah, that's the video. Thank you for watching. And obviously, if you watch this, hopefully you watched Necrit's video before. And if you didn't, go ahead and watch it. Link will be in the description. Give it a like and thumbs up and all that stuff. And if you are watching me after you watch that, I truly appreciate it and thank you for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Peace. And now I need to go wash my hands. We'll use the washroom and take away the plates, so I'll be right back. Okay. Where were we then? Close this real quick. Let's log in real quick. And then we'll change the screen. Damn, still no update on the plugins, huh? Shame. Shame, 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 shame. Sucks, man. It really does. Ooh. 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 Oh. Oh. That's good. That's a good sign. Oh. Shit. No plugins found? That's not good. Aeroface. Ah, the hiccups. The hiccups are happening. Oy vey. The hiccups are happening. Oy vey. Oh my god. Old Chad. Oh my god. Oh, okay. It's been updated. Nice, nice, nice. I need to set up my skills a bit better though, that's for sure. Most importantly, that P combo is up. Yep. XIV combo PvP, but in PvE. I don't know why it's not standard though. Like, I don't see a reason for them not to do it. It's already in PvP, might as well do it for PvE, really. Like, all it creates, honestly, if they did that, they can just add more abilities, because they said like they removed abilities in order to have more buttons and stuff, right? Because like the button cluster was too much. But like if you make those changes, look, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 buttons open. 5 actually, because I don't need this as well. So I have 5 buttons extra from what I had. Alright, so it's like you can add more, you can throw more stuff at it after because of it. Alright, gold sauce. I got enough memory to record more stuff. Time is at 2. Holy hell, 2:52. Oh damn. Hot diggity down. So I got like an hour basically before I have to go. One. 9. Oh shit, I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. Thank God. Didn't have the option to win there. Bum bum ba dum bum bum ba da dee da dum ba da da dee da dee do 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 ba da ba da da I have no idea how to play Mahjong, to be honest. I am a... what's it called? Yeah, Maelstrom. Let's go to the Maelstrom. It is a cool armor set though. Let's be real. Sucks you can't dye it. I'm pretty sure you can't dye it. Wee. It's for those old ones, yeah. It's for this. Torajiro. Torajiro? Oh, can't change. Can't. Bigs and wedge card. Guess you can't sell any of these. Can sell these. The Aft Castle. Is this? Complete the trial as well as complete rank 2 in the Grand Company objectives. What's the trial though? Definitely not it. And that's not it, because trials are level 50. Actually, they're not. I'm an idiot. Either way, I should be able to afford ventures now, right? Oh, yeah. Ventures, there we go. Easy. And let's just go ahead and sell everything here. Not even sure what I just sold there. Yeah, I don't need any of these. Don't need it. I really hope I didn't just get rid of my Mogtana. I mean, I hope I have it in my glamour chest. Which I should have it in my glamour chest. Like, I don't think I've been using it, but yeah. Alright, it's here. Should be here, right? Somewhere. Hawker's Alley, maybe. Fields, collectibles, script. It's on that one. Kyakkyaru. Oh my god, this queue is too long. It's too long. Retainer, here we go. Alright, inquire about retainer jobs. Purchase a copy of Mother Vocation, yep. If I'm not mistaken, do you not already have? Yes, I do. Special retainer, list retainers, retainers. Signing returner job. With all demand, we have prepared an exhaustive publication to aid clients who would have the retainers trained in certain ancient or to assign a retainer job. You must first obtain copy. Yep. The more you must have achieved level 15 the job you wish to assign return. Please note the jobs are not available. If you wish to assign level 50 retainer a job which is not currently available, you will need to reset, change to their class. Okay, but like, okay, how do I assign the job though? Yeah, but how do I assign them a job though? Am I mental? Must have achieved level 15 the job you wish to assign your retainer. Assign level 50 retainer a job which is not currently available. You will need to reset and change your class. Assigned retainer job. You must first obtain a copy. Yeah, I got the copy. Furthermore, you must have achieved level 15 the job you wish. Okay, but like, okay. But I have ventures, man. Fuck. Sure, whatever. Oh my god, man. Yes, Harvey. Yes. The Lost. How's the Lost? Vienna? Sure. Of course, large. Where's hair color, skin color, hair color? I don't want to save. No. Yes. Yeah, why can't I make them? Oh my god, man. This is what I hate about this game sometimes, just like... How to assign job to retainer? Why do I have to go to an offline? Okay, in any major city, choose the dialogue option, inquire about retainer jobs. By choice purchase, keep in mind that any class related gear must be unequipped from retainer in order to change their job. The easiest way to earn ventures, but yeah. But I have the voucher already. Yes, to earn ventures by placing Yeah, this doesn't answer. Sales can be quickly obtained after enough ventures have been procured. Take their earnings, buy modern vocation, and change their retainer's job in Founders for Team. How? You'll request an ill-conceived venture from any of the 3 starting cities, then you'll get an option. Okay, that's how. That's how you do it. Jesus Christ, man. It's the only thing I hate about this game is like it lacks guides. Yeah, except whatever. Blah 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 blah. That's how you do it. Jesus Christ, man. Care about your problems, man. You're making so much noise, man. What the hell happened here in the time that I left? Here is like way too bright in the city for some reason. Jesus Christ, man. Do-do-do-do. Wait, is samurai not part of it? Why can't they be a samurai? Or they can only be marauder? Really? Wow. Alright, sure, whatever. What are you even wearing? Christ. Please have a weapon. Goddamn. Jeweler, culinarian. Nothing you had? Yeah. Swinberg. Oh, nice. There we go. Didn't get a chance to buy. Oh well. Does a backflip. Ow. Okay, well, I gave him enough time, but the body isn't reviving, so... Yeah, man. Body doesn't want to revive, so yeah, that's how it is. You guys better start kiting them. Can just like keep fighting them and shit. And maybe they can. I don't know how many of them are alive, but it doesn't seem like they can. Okay. Nah. Stay back, brother. Stay back. Stay back. Okay. Alright, we got the bears. Maybe I should just went with the NPCs, man, honestly. So bad. Come on. Woohoo! Woohoo! Somebody help! Anybody! Oh boy, the healer doesn't know, man. The healer doesn't know. Alright, well, they should be alive by now, so that's fine. Why do I have the highest aggro though? Hey. It's rough with Dark Knight. Man, life is hard for me. Ah, there was a treasure chest here. Nice. Another treasure chest. Ooh, 98, let's go. Tesleen. Hey, level up, baby. Let's go. No, please, no. Oh, there's a ring. I like rings. And hello, hello, hello. Bro, like, how many times they're gonna click it? Like, holy shit, man. What's this, by the way? Oh, I guess it's only for me. Oh, snap. What a jump. Big jumper. Philia. Philia? Wow. Oh. Nice. All right, here we go. Some emotions. Let's go. Let's see some emotions. Ooh, player accommodation. Let's go.
It's releasing its ether! Fall back!
Nah, we ain't falling back.
We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place. Born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
Blessing of the Traveler, yeah. Traveler's Word, that's the one. Traveler's Word. I love the song.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world twisted by its touch returns to its rightful form.
Damn, I'm awesome. Oh, God. What a song. Are there crickets though?
It can't be. What's happening? It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Oh man. The emotions. Oh god.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people?
Good question.
You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true.
And you didn't want to let me into the Crystarium.
My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will.
That's what it is.
I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
Oh shit. Sounds like a glorious adventure.
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose.
Yeah. Like our heroes.
I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Senator is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
Man. Intense. Oh yeah. Yeah. How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. Actual skies. Oh. Now, as for how we proceed from here, the villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the warrior of darkness is come. 'Tis to be expected. Philomena, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Seeing the light recede from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as the legendary warrior of darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Yulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Vol3 responds to all of this. Alright. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyed? I don't know. By the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. And I must ask the same direction of you, Captain. It is my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day, about all of you. With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address of the people, to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits, and to think you'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. I must stay behind, coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you have done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the pendants? Please let Bragi know that we are bringing in a number of injured, and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary. Well, yeah. Count on me. You'd think the Exarch would just take care of it, but whatever. How about no rest for me, really? We should start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you, it wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Holminster. Already went through the village top to bottom, Alice. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. Nah, she needs to make a grave. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest, not now. Very well. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while, and that means you as well, Fulmina. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. I promise to find you later, when I feel myself again. Sure, whatever. I mean, even if you're cross with me, I mean, who cares? Just you and me then, shall we? Yep, let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there's something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Yep. Sleep well, Fulmina. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alice both. Well, I can do for you looking to buy a lantern like every other stumbling soul in the city. I see. Well, Captain Lena can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean you were there then? The battle at Holminster? A stalwart lass like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs, make herself known. I'm sure Glinard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Is that the... yeah... it's a side quest, I believe, right? There she is. Ciela, more beer for table 2 and a couple of pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we rushed off our feed this evening, miss. Can I get you anything? Drinks around the house. Oh, that Bragi has a twisted sense of humor. God, to think he'd send you to me at a time like this. The first real night in near 100 years has folk all riled up and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a light warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the Warrior of Darkness who did the deed. Really must apologize for Glinard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warriors' appearance was the spark of their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Yep. Aye, they swarm like angry bees around the queen. You need look no further than Holminster for proof of that. But attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise the blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They are a danger to everyone, so the Settlement Council puts bounties on their heads, and our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slaying even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the cardinal virtues. The virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they are also reported to be as tough as light wardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handedly. That must be hitting home, right? Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but knowing the warrior of darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there with the oversized sword is grandson. He is in it for revenge, wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he is. The Mista lad is Luaric. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He just lost a partner and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Serig. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Gia, dwarf and drunkard both, wanted to join forces with a healer, and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows, together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. You have gained next to the role quests. Yep. We'll need to do those. My role quest is that one. I will do those after. I'll do them when I hit 80, I guess. So I can just do all of them in one go. Since the requirement is only level, I believe. Welcome back, miss. I wonder if anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar, but will you be retiring to your quarters? I shall retire. Very good. In light of the present situation, I have had illumination prepared for all our rooms, so no need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, miss. My friend.
So it's your lot's turn to be the warriors of darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
This is my private quarters.
Hi, I know. Just the place. In case you've forgotten, you're the only one who can see me. If we had one of our little chats in public, people might start thinking you'd lost your wits. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source.
Yeah, you almost killed
They're your
one of
friends
them.
then? Through thick and thin?
Yeah, you almost killed one of them.
Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. So when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time?
A very good friend. Probably.
I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
Okay, Mr. Positive over here.
So this is what the light was hiding. She's here. I must go to her.
Meanwhile, inside Imperial Mage Tech facility in the source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Stay in here! Is that George Goon?
Out of my way!
Wrong target.
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadow Hunter.
Okay, so he was informed already.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it?
Here and there.
Through no choice of my own. They tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
Both of the Lalafels.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature.
Sucks the ether out of you.
It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings.
Yeah.
To bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill.
Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this vicinity secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sure looks like.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Huh. From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley.
Oh?
Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
She. Holy moly. Holy moly. Alright. Okay, it's 4 p.m. It's the end of the stream. Thank you all for watching. All but there's no one here. But, thank me for watching myself play through this again. Anyways, that's the end of the stream. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next time, whenever that is, because I don't have a set schedule for streaming. Again, most likely Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but sometimes work is cancelled. I'm here. Anyways, peace.